To the hatchery room now because we got a bunch of babies hatching. This is Haven's Homestead. We got 2,000 eggs hatching, and it's insane. Jumbo quail, normal quail, snow white quail. We got every kind of quail in the whistle. You heard? Here's a bunch of the babies. A bunch of babies. There's a bunch of babies. Here's a bunch of babies. A whole bunch of babies. You like ducks? Here's some quackity daggers. What's up, quackity quackers? And some baby quails. We got the babies! Y'all didn't come for that. Y'all didn't come for see all these. Or all these. Y'all didn't come to see any of these guys either. Man, I like your little hairstyle you got. Or all them, or all them, or all them, or all them. Or any of them back there. Y'all came to see these babies. Look at all these babies. God dang! Where the heck all these babies come from? Babies out the yin yang around here. We got babies out the yin yang around here. Boy, them babies are on point. We got babies around here, babies around there, babies around here, babies around there. Hey, Mandy. Hey, Mandy. Alright, that'd be perfect if I could set it up just like that. But how would I do that without some tape? You need some goddamn tape, man. Goddamn tape, man. Hold on, y'all. Y'all check out these babies for a second. God damn it, Bobby. Damn it, Bobby. Is it gonna stay? Is it gonna stay? Or is it gonna flip the script and jump off and stuff? It might stay, people. It might stay. Oh, it needs to go a little higher, guys. We need to be a little higher. Let's stay focused, people. We got to stay focused. There we go. We got babies. They gonna just keep on dropping like it.
Huh? They gonna just keep dropping from the sky, man. They dropping out the woodwork, baby.
Please like and subscribe. We're trying to get monetized. We need y'all's help. So please help us help you by helping us. Peace.
Let us visit our animal friends together. If you like them, don't forget to share with friends. The California quail, also known as the California valley quail or valley quail, is a small ground-dwelling bird in the New World quail family. These birds have a curving crest or plume, made of 6 feathers, that droops forward, black in males and brown in females. The flanks are brown with white streaks. Males have a dark brown cap and a black face with a brown back, a gray-blue chest, and a light brown belly. Females and immature birds are mainly gray-brown with a light-colored belly. Their closest relative is Gambel's quail, which has a more southerly distribution and a longer crest, a brighter head and a scalier appearance. It is the state bird of California. It is a highly sociable bird that often gathers in small flocks known as coveys. One of their daily communal activities is a dust bath. A group of quail will select an area where the ground has been newly turned or is soft, and using their underbellies, will burrow downward into the soil. Feathers, causing dust to rise in the air. They seem to prefer sunny places in which to create these dust baths. An ornithologist is able to detect the presence of quail in an area by spotting the circular indentations left behind in the soft dirt. They are year-round residents. Although this bird coexists well at the edges of urban areas, it is declining in some areas as human populations increase. They were originally found mainly in the southwestern United States, but they have been introduced into other areas including British Columbia, Hawaii, Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, Argentina, Peru, South Africa, New Zealand, and to Norfolk Island and King Island in Australia. These birds forage on the ground, often scratching at the soil. They can sometimes be seen feeding at the sides of roads. Their diet consists mainly of seeds and leaves, but they also eat some berries and insects. If startled, these birds explode into short rapid flight, called flushing. Given a choice, they will normally escape on foot. Their breeding habitat is shrubby areas and open woodlands in western North America. The nest is a shallow scrape lined with vegetation on the ground beneath a shrub or other cover. The female usually lays approximately 12 eggs. Once hatched, the young associate with both adults. Often, families group together into multi-family communal broods which include at least 2 females, multiple males, and many offspring. Males associated with families are not always the genetic fathers. In good years, females will lay more than one clutch, leaving the hatched young with the associated male and laying a new clutch, often with a different associated male. They have a variety of vocalizations including the social Chicago call, contact pips, and warning pips. During the breeding season, males utter the agonistic squill, and will often interrupt their social mate's Chicago call with a squill, a possible form of antiphonal calling. The quail population has fluctuated significantly throughout California. Once plentiful in San Francisco, by 2017 only one California quail remained in the city. Local birders named the male bird Ishi after the last known member of California's Native American Yahi tribe. Thank you for your visit, and I will be waiting for your next visit. Till then, have fun.
Quail is a bird that belongs to the pheasant family, even though they do not look alike. Quails and pheasants are closely related. These birds originate from North America, but they can be found in Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, and South America today. There are 32 species of quails that differ in size, color and type of habitat where they can be found. Quail inhabits woodlands, areas covered with bushes and open spaces. Some species of quails are hunted as game birds, or because of their meat that is highly prized in some countries, and feathers that is used for decoration. Quails can be domesticated and kept as poultry that produce eggs of high quality. Habitat destruction and uncontrolled hunt negatively affect number of quails in the wild. Some species of quails are listed as endangered due to these factors. Interesting quail facts. Quail is small bird. It can reach 4.5 to 7.8 inches in length and 2.4 to 4.9 ounces of weight. Quails are covered with brown, black, white, grey and blue feathers. Specific coloration and arrangement of feathers create scale-like pattern on some parts of the body. Certain species of quails have plume, also known as top knot, shaped like a teardrop, on top of the head. It bobs when bird is walking. Quails are able to fly short distances, but they spend most of their time on the ground. Quails can be active during the day, diurnal animals, or night, nocturnal animals, depending on the species. Quail is an omnivore, eats other animals and plants. Its diet consists mainly of seeds, leaves, wheat, barley, berries and occasionally from grasshoppers and worms. Quails produce high-pitched sounds, cackles and grunts that are used for communication. Quails bath in the dust to eliminate pests from the feathers and to keep their plumage clean. Quails run when they are threatened. Some species are able to quickly reach the sky, while some become motionless when faced with danger. Certain quails are equipped with heel spurs, bony structure used for protection against predators. Main predators of quails are cats, foxes, coyotes, raccoons, hawks, owls and snakes. They hunt quails and eat their eggs. Certain quails are migratory birds, while others spend their entire life on the same area. Quails are solitary birds that can be occasionally seen in pairs. They gather in large flocks during the mating season. Female lays from 1 to 12, usually 6, brightly colored eggs that hatch after an incubation period of 23 days. Chicks of most quail species are precocious. That means that baby birds are well developed and ready to leave the nest and follow their parents shortly after birth. Young quails reach maturity at the age of 2 months. Quails can survive from 3 to 5 years in the wild.
Along a lonesome stretch of highway on the furthest fringe of...
So what species of quail should you raise? That's what we're going to discuss in today's video. Stick around. Hey guys, welcome back to another slightly redneck video. Again, my name's Chris. If you're not familiar with this channel, I help you to produce your own meat, eggs, and vegetables from your backyard, your balcony, your deck, your garage, or heck, even a spare room in your house if that's the way you want to do it. Today we're talking about what species of quail you might want to raise if you're thinking about raising some quail. There's lots of different types out there. Often when I tell people I'm raising quail in my backyard, they just automatically assume it's Bob White, which it's not. But I'm going to talk about the different kinds of quail out there. Now again, this video is more about the different species. If you're looking at just Coturnix quail, which is primarily what I discuss in my channel, and you're wondering what type of Coturnix quail should you raise, I've done videos on that already. I will put a link up here, and you can go watch that video, and it'll talk about the different types of Coturnix quail. But I'm talking this video about the different species of quail, and I'll touch on Coturnix, of course. So the first one I want to talk about is the king quail, what you might probably hear referred to most often as button quail. They're also referred to as Chinese painted quail. There's a couple of other names for them. They're a pretty small bird. They're native to Asia, Oceania, a couple of those places like that. And they're very common, aside from Coturnix quail, in the United States. For one reason, they don't require any kind of permits to raise, and neither do Coturnix. So because they're not a native bird to the United States. I should say if you live in the United States, they don't require any kind of permits to raise them. But they are a pretty small bird. They only average just a couple ounces, 1.5, 2 ounces, somewhere right around in there. Very pretty bird. They mature in about 8 to 12 weeks. But there are a couple of reasons why these might not be a good fit for you. First of all, if you're looking to raise eggs or something like that, or to produce eggs, I should say, or something like that, they're very, very tiny eggs. They do mature quickly, so they start producing eggs pretty quickly, but you're not going to get a huge egg production out of them just because the eggs are so incredibly small. They're also very timid birds. They don't really do well with a whole lot of extra handling. That may or may not be a big deal to you. If you don't plan on handling your birds a lot, they can do just fine. Another thing to consider with these birds, though, is that they are native to warmer climates, so they don't tend to do very well with cold temperatures. You might be able to tell by my attire today, it's pretty cold here in southwest Missouri today. So your button quails, if you plan on keeping them outside, you live in an area that gets cold in the winter, probably not a good choice for you. They do well indoors, they do well in warm climates, and they're most often kept as like pets because they are a very pretty bird, something really cool to kind of look at. All right, so let's talk about probably the next most common type of quail to be raised, and that's bobwhite quail. There's a couple of reasons why people raise bobwhite quail. One is to reintroduce them into the wild because their numbers in the wild have really been declining. But some people do raise them as a meat source. Now, there are a couple of things about bobwhite quail that make them different than the Coturnix or the button quail. First of all, they're a New World quail, which is just a little different type of species for that. Most of the rest of these birds I'm going to talk about are New World quail. They are native to the United States. That means that they are going to require a permit for you to raise them. And they can be incredibly aggressive when you keep them confined. It's really best to keep them in pairs during the breeding season. The off season, when they're not breeding, you can keep them in groups and coveys. But when they are breeding, they tend to get incredibly aggressive, so it's really best to just pair them off, keep the male and female together, so you don't have any problems with them fighting with each other or any of those kinds of things. You can keep groups of males together, you can keep groups of females together, but again, if you want to breed them, it's really best to keep them in pairs during that breeding season. They also take a little bit longer to mature than some of the old world quail do. They take about 6 months to get to egg laying to mature. So they're egg laying, they're reproducing, and those kinds of things. So that's a long window there. If you're prepared for that, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to raise bobwhite, go for it. Their size it varies quite a bit. There's several different types of bobwhite quail. Some of the smaller ones, just the regular old bobwhite quail, usually range around 6 ounces or so. But the larger ones, what are called Georgia Giants and some of those kinds, they will top out somewhere around 16 ounces. So a pretty good sized bird. They're probably not your best choice for meat and egg production if that's your primary goal because they do take so long to grow out, about 6 months again, and they don't produce eggs nearly as consistently as some of the other birds that we're going to talk about. But if it's something that you want to raise, if you're looking at reintroducing them into the wild or something like that, by all means do it. Just again, no, you do need a permit in order to do it. You can get that usually through your local fish and game conservation department, somebody like that. It's not terribly difficult to get, but it is a requirement. Don't try to do it without it because you could face penalties if you do. All right, another species of New World quail that some people keep is a Gambel's quail. These are pretty distinctive birds. They've got that little tuft on their forehead. You can see pictures of them here, but they are a very pretty bird, native to Arizona, New Mexico, parts of Texas, Colorado, I think California as well. Because they are a native bird, again, they are going to require a permit in order for you to raise them. They're very similar to bobwhites. They do tend to get aggressive if you don't keep them in pairs during the breeding season. That's your best bet with them. Also, they take about 6 months to mature as well. Again, they're a bird that most people that are raising them because they are a pretty bird. They just want something unique, something a little bit different, or they're raising them to release them into the wild to help repopulate the population in the wild, which is something you can definitely do. But again, need a permit to raise these as well. All right, another species of New World quail that's not really all that common is a mountain quail. These are very pretty birds, very unique. They're in the
have over 1,000 quail eggs hatching. Has a huge variety of colors. Coturnix quails come in a variety of colors. First type being the Pharaoh or wild type, sometimes called standard brown. This is a natural colorization of the Coturnix quail with a brownish spotted pattern of feathers. That's the base color for pretty much all of the Coturnix quail colors. So any color over that is going to be laid over that pattern. The next color is white, also known as English dotted white. You'll sometimes see them with a black dot on their head. These quails have predominantly white plumage. Next color is Tibetan. This color variation is a mix of brown and white feathers, creating a distinct pattern. They tend to almost look black, but if not used with these solid black as well. It's a very rare genetic. The next is Italian. This variety has a striking contrast between white and dark colored feathers. And sometimes they come in what's called a tuxedo, which will have a white underbelly and sometimes white temples. Pretty much any of these colors can come in a tuxedo form. And that's where the standard color has faded with an English white and a 50% offspring of what's called a tuxedo. Next is golden. These quail have color of golden or light brown appearance. They're quite beautiful. Sometimes they're called golds. Next is Rosetta. The Rosetta quail is a unique combination of a reddish brown and white feather. Next, this is brown. Has red. This means intended for the wild type colorization with or brown on top. Responsible for the dark on feathers. The quails with standard brown express standard brown wild type print with an brown. That's what the Rosetta has what's called heterozygous for extended brown, one gene of extended brown over the homozygous brown ear Tibetan. So it has 2 layers of brown over the serotype, giving it darker. That's white. This is homozygous for recessive white. Row or fawn, and this homozygous row fawn gene produces lighter or fawn colored phenotype.
See what I mean? Good morning, everybody. In today's video, I want to talk to you about 13 things you should know about raising quail for eggs and meat. And I want to get right into this video because there's a lot we've learned over the last 8 months of raising quail that we'd like to share with you. And there are a whole bunch of other pieces that we also want to add in future videos. But let's go ahead and get started with daily attention. We have just over 100 Coturnix quail here in our garage. And on an average day, it takes me about 20 minutes to come out and feed and change the water for all of these quail. And I do that in the morning, first thing, to make sure that we have enough water, enough food for the day. And then periodically through the day while I'm out in my garden, I go ahead and check on them as well, just to see if they've spilled the water, if there's anything we need to change or food we need to add. And then in the evening, I spend about another 20 minutes coming out, confirming that they have enough food, enough water as well. And so all told, I probably spend about 45 minutes on my quail each day. Now that amount of time is going to vary a little bit depending on the season. If it's winter time, we want to get out here. If they lay an egg, we want to collect that egg as quickly as possible, because we're in an uncontrolled temperature environment. We don't have a heated environment out here, and we don't want the eggs to freeze. In the summertime, if it's not too hot outside, or in our garage, we keep the doors open, the air is circulating really nicely. We don't have to be as particular, typically, about getting the eggs pulled in. At the same time, if it's a really hot day, we don't want the eggs to overheat, and so we try to get those collected as well. One of the nice things about our quail, though, is they typically lay at a pretty consistent time during the day, and so we can figure out when they're going to lay and check around that time, so we're not wasting a lot of extra time. Now, in terms of storage of the eggs, I talked about bringing them indoors. We keep our eggs at room temperature. I read a scientific study that did some research into this and tried to determine whether or not you were getting bacterial growth or diminishment of nutritional value of the eggs. And what that study showed was that for 14 days at room temperature, there was really no loss or decrease in the quality of the egg. But after that point, it wasn't such a good idea to keep those eggs out of a refrigerated storage space. And so we typically keep ours at room temperature. If you're trying to save eggs to hatch later on, then the recommendations for storage there are a little bit different. But there's some research involved in that that's a little separate from where we're going today. But you're gonna hear me say this throughout this video. This is definitely still a learning process for us. We check them maybe more often or more frequently than others might who have a better established watering system, food delivery system, etc. But we're learning. But I like to think of this just like any other animal that you might have, whether it's for a pet or for a livestock. There has to be someone to consistently consider how they're going to be cared for and maintained. So that impacts things like vacation time and travel. You just have to keep that in mind as you get started with your quail. Quail numbers. Now, our experience has shown for a family of 4, we need about 24 quail eggs. So 24 quail eggs means that for a family of 4, I would suggest around 25 quail if you want to eat eggs daily. So 25 quail means that you have to take into consideration how much space that's going to require, how many cages you're going to need, etc. And if you want fertilized eggs, because I understand that some people prefer the taste of fertilized eggs, or some people really want to hatch their own quail and continue that cycle of growing, egg laying, etc., then you might want to also consider having at least 5 roosters, because we like to have a 5-to-1 or a 6-to-1 hen to rooster ratio. But I can also say from personal experience that having 25 quail pretty quickly turns into 50, 75, or in our case so far, 100 quail. Another thing to keep in mind is that quail eggs are about a third the size of chicken eggs, which is the reason why we need about 2 dozen for a family of 4. But they taste very similar to chicken eggs. I think they taste better. I think they're a little bit creamier than chicken eggs. They're certainly fresher than any of the chicken eggs we get at our store. Certainly fresher than any quail eggs we've found at the store. Actually, the only quail eggs we've found here are shipped from Canada, which is quite a few hours away from where we are right now, and who knows how many days of transport. So the freshness piece aside, the taste aside, because it's a 3-to-1 ratio, what we do in our recipes, and you can use these quail eggs like any other kind of chicken egg, we just triple the number of eggs per recipe. The taste, fantastic. Now, another thing we really love about these Caternix quail is that on average they're supposed to lay about 300 eggs per year. And they're going to lay that up into their second year of growth. Now, we haven't experienced this personally because, again, we've only been growing them for about 8 months, but studies show that they do diminish in terms of fertility and that egg production once they get into that second year. But still, that's quite a few eggs coming from these small birds. And they're going to start that egg production by around 6 weeks into maturity, so they start laying really quickly in addition to that prolific amount of eggs that they're going to produce. Unique phenomenon. Now, when you raise your own vegetables, you raise your own, in this case, eggs, you are opening the door to seeing some things that you probably don't see, because if you go to the grocery store, what are you going to find? You're going to find the eggs that are perfectly formed. But don't be surprised if you're raising quail and you start seeing them lay some pretty unique eggs. We've seen everything from an egg that looked like it was from an alien. We've seen eggs that were double yolkers. We've also had eggs within eggs. And so there's some pretty interesting experiences that you'll have. Don't be surprised by that. Enjoy it. Enjoy the fact that you see some of the unique phenomena that occur from growing your own food. Quail sounds. I think probably this would be one very important to me, especially depending on where I lived and how concerned I was with the amount of volume that you're going to get from your quail. Well, we don't have a ton of experience here at Food Gardening with chickens, but I can certainly remember from my younger days, chickens are a lot louder than the quail. In fact, I actually really enjoy the sound of the quail, and you'll probably hear some of the roosters crowing throughout this video, but both the roosters and the hens make noises. And some types of roosters, like our celadon roosters, the blue-leggers, they seem to be quieter than our normal Caternix. I don't know why, but that seems to be the case, at least from our observations so far. The hens make a kind of soft chirping sound. I'll let you hear that right now. And they make an even more distinct sound immediately after laying an egg.
See what I mean?
My understanding is that chickens also make a sound after laying an egg. So if you were listening really closely to your animals, you could probably tell as soon as that's happening without even looking to see if they laid an egg. And our rooster's crowing is also quite distinct. They stretch their neck out, and there you go. Perfect timing. So once our roosters start communicating with each other back and forth, a lot of times they'll add and compound, and it gets louder and louder. But again, it's not nearly the volume of chickens. Now, our research indicates that the reason that they're crowing typically is to attract a mate or to assert their dominance. But again, once one or two of them start, suddenly there's 4 or 5 or 6 of them going at the same time. But another thing that we've done, keep them here in the garage, is we've tried to mirror their awake time and their sleep time to ours. And that's a pretty easy thing to do, and it's been pretty effective. Messy eaters. Now, if you overfill the food container, depending on what you have, if you overfill the food container that you're giving them, they will throw their feed everywhere. Okay, let me turn this sideways so you can see it a little bit better. But they are not picky when it comes to eating. They thrust their heads in there, and they start tossing this food everywhere. So if you overfill, they're going to waste some of that valuable feed. Both of the feeds that we give them are crumble, and both of them are non-medicated. We start them off with this game bird feed that is a 30% protein starter. And then once they hit about 5 weeks, when they're getting close to that egg laying stage, we move over to this organic egg layer crumble by Nature's Best. But our cost for these 40-pound bags of feed range between $18 and $28 per bag. But if we have even a moderate amount of waste, then what we're doing is really costing ourselves a ton of money and reducing some of the effectiveness of trying to be self-sufficient with our protein. But currently, most of our food we deliver to them in these 20-inch feeding trays, and they do a pretty good job, again, as long as you don't overfill. The watering system. Now this is an area where we've experimented a lot, and we still have a lot more learning to do. But most of our water delivery right now happens in two forms. This is just an old cottage cheese container where we cut a hole in the top. The problem with this type of setup is that it's very easy, especially in our non-wire cages, for them to get a lot of extraneous material inside of this. And then we also use some of these quail waterers. Now, you'll notice the quail waterer is about halfway down the cage, and one of the challenges with the quail waterer is as they start jumping around, this starts to, and as it gets lighter, it starts to move toward the edge, the bottom of the cage. And you can see what happens when it moves down here and they start jumping around, you get water spillage. So we got water waste, which we don't want to have happen. Additionally, for both of these, if you're getting some of that extra material in here, that food waste or some of their waste as well, then it's not as sanitary. And you want to provide sanitary water for all of these quail. And that's one of the reasons why we're building a different type of watering setup. It's not quite ready to be used fully yet, but each of the sides of our cages are going to have two areas where our quail can drink. So we get multiple quail per side. This is using a PVC setup. And so this should be really nice for us in cutting down water waste, in cutting down contamination, and also cutting down the amount of time we have to spend adding water. But in the wintertime here in Zone 5, because we don't have any heating set up to this yet, then these are going to freeze, so it won't work as well there. But I guess my point is there has to be some flexibility in watering your quail, and whatever works best for you, well, that's what works best for you. We're still learning on this front for sure. Now, odor management is something you're going to have to deal with whether you're raising your quail indoors or outdoors, and it is going to vary dependent on the season, but there are ways to manage the odor so it shouldn't actually be that much of an issue for you. Now I'm going to show you the two different types of cages that we use so you can understand how odor is impacted by cage type. This is an all-wire cage, and our quail are walking around on this vinyl-coated metal at the bottom, which is nice and comfortable on their feet. It doesn't hurt their feet. You don't get any sores from this. So this is one style, and the waste will drop right through. This is a 1/2 inch by 1 inch rectangle, right through onto a metal tray underneath. Now this metal tray underneath, we put a little layer of pine bedding, but the waste builds on top of this. So it's actually this type of bedding here. I'll show you what it looks like. This type of bedding has a tendency to smell a little bit more than our other style of cage. Because we're not layering the pine on top of this, the waste is going to build, and so we need to change this about once every week. Early on, we weren't changing these often enough, and we were getting some pretty strong smells from this. Now we've started changing these a little more frequently, and the issue is not pervasive. The other thing to keep in mind is if you have a watering setup where they're splashing or putting a lot of water down onto the waste, that's going to create a much stronger smell. So if you have this type of cage, you want to do everything in your power to keep it as dry as possible. The other type of cage we have uses a very different style of bedding. This is called a deep bedding. And what we have is we start with an initial layer of pine, and you can see I've just added some fresh pine shavings in here, and then they walk around, they create waste. After a few days we add another light layer of it, and this bedding keeps building up and stacking up over time. We have some 5-inch terrace board on the exterior, so we could actually let this grow to be about 3 or 4 inches tall before we change it out. There's no real rush to change this, unlike our other type of cage, because it will start to compost a little bit in place. And as long as you keep this dry, as long as you keep adding those additional layers on top, then you don't have much of a smell at all from this. So you're getting composting during the process and low odor. Regardless of if you're using the all metal style with the tray underneath, or you're using this deep bedding method, you're still gonna have some smell, but you can manage it quite effectively. And in the end, it's clearly not so overwhelming that we have a problem keeping these, again, in our garage. Waste management. Now this is a point that we did not fully consider when we started out with our quail. because we didn't understand just how much waste these animals produce. Believe me, someone referred to them as a waste factory. That is the truth. Now, the waste that they create is considered to be a hot compost material, which means that you can't just place their waste onto your garden. Because this material needs to compost through heat, our speculation is if we just put it right onto our plants, that would heat up the root zone. It would also likely, during that composting process, leach a bunch of nitrogen out of the soil. So instead of that, you have to go through the process of actual composting, of hot composting. Now, the nice thing about this is that it should compost pretty quickly, within 3 to 6 months. Now, about 3 months ago, we came out here and we took up the initial top layer of the soil in this bed, and underneath that we placed a couple of inches of our quail waste, and we filled these beds up to the top. And you can see there's about an inch of space now around the edges. That wasn't there when we did the initial drop of the waste material. And as I dig down into here, you can still see some of the material. You can see the pine shavings. It still needs to break down a little bit more. But this is one way that we're using this, and I think this is creating a really nice, nutritionally packed bed. Now, while we may not have known the magnitude of the waste that they were going to provide, that fertilizer byproduct was an important decision maker for us when it came to raising quail. We knew we wanted to add that to our garden. And according to Clemson University, poultry manure contains all 13 essential plant nutrients. So this is a huge addition to our garden space as well. Space requirements for mature quail. The quail require quite a bit less space than chickens. In fact, in our area, we have to provide 16 square feet per chicken, and we're only allowed 4 hens. So we didn't even bother with that because we don't have that kind of space. The general recommendation for quail is about 1 quail per square foot. But a lot of the people who actively raise quail will tell you that having 1 per square foot isn't necessarily necessary. You could end up with 2 or 3 per square foot and still do that in a way that's nice and humane. So we have about 100 quail in this garage space right now, and we like to keep them at a 5-to-1 or 6-to-1 hen to rooster ratio. So I'm going to show you the size of our wire cage now so you can understand the amount of space that we're giving them. From side to side, the all-wire cages are 36 inches wide by 20 inches deep, which is a total of 5 square feet. So if you put 12 quail in 5 square feet, that's about 2 quail per square foot. That gives them plenty of room to still be social, but not too much space to suddenly become territorial. Our dark carrying crates are just about the same size. This is 24 by 36, and it's a little bit taller, but again, the same basic principle. We could keep up to about a dozen quail in here. Right now,
hey, baby. Y'all please like and subscribe.
Expenses. I think this can actually be a little bit intimidating as you're trying to get off the ground and get started with quail, because if you look online, you can find lots of pre-made quail cages, and some of them can be pretty pricey. We actually have one from Winona Ranch. It's a $100 cage. It's a great starter cage. It's the only one that we have that we didn't either modify from a dog carrier or build ourselves. And for $100, we have a space where you can keep about a dozen quail. This is a really nice cage if you're somebody who can't or doesn't want to create or build your own cages. And so there are ways to get into this without spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars for housing. But for us, we found a lot of success in going to thrift stores and finding these larger dog carrying crates. Those are easy to modify. We've done a video on how we've modified those. And there are tons of DIY videos online. Paternix Corners, among others, has some really great videos about how to build your own cages. And each of these cages, and we'll calculate that out in a different video, but each of these is a lot less expensive once you figure out the method behind it, and you kind of have to go in bulk to start. But they're really easy to build, and it's a great way to save some money. So in my opinion, with a few YouTube tutorials, you can save yourself a lot of money when it comes to housing. Quail aggression. Now, the first time you see one quail being aggressive, you probably discovered after an attack has already happened. That's something you're not going to forget. that we experienced ours within the first couple of weeks of starting to raise quail. And quail can become aggressive for quite a few different reasons. And this is definitely something we are still learning all about. So I'm going to refer you to My Shire Farm, their blog and their YouTube channel, because they have a ton of well-researched, personal first-hand experience talking about why the quail get aggressive, talking about how to solve some of those problems, and how to, for example, introduce or reintroduce quail into a group that already, a community that already exists. So they've done a fantastic amount of research, and I highly recommend them. We'll put a link in our description to their website. But what I can say from our personal experience is once the roosters start to crow, once the hens start to lay eggs in these well-established communities, it's possible for the hens to reject the rooster. It's possible for there to be a rooster that's incredibly aggressive towards others. And there are some things that you can do about this. We've, in the past, removed some of our hens, removed some of our roosters. When they attack, they can go for typically the head, they can go for the eyes, they can go for the back. There's a lot of things that they can do, and you don't want that to happen. And when a bunch of hens reject their rooster, it's like the flip of a light switch. I mean, it happens in an instant, overnight, where things are fine and then suddenly they start attacking each other. And if that happens, the best thing we found to do, at least initially, is to remove the aggressive birds and separate them out, at least for the time being. You don't want them creating critical injuries. You don't want them to have injuries that get infected, etc. Now, if you're not able to separate them or you're not able to reintroduce them to the group, to that community, then one of the other suggestions is that an overly aggressive bird gets culled from your cover. But again, check out My Shire Farm for more details if you've got aggressive birds. Culling quail. Now, if you're raising quail for eggs and meat, this is something you're going to have to adjust or adapt to. It's probably a little bit harder if you didn't grow up on a farm or you weren't around livestock raised for this purpose. There are a ton of videos on YouTube that show you the process, to show you how to store afterward, to show you the tools that you need, to show you the amount of time it takes. It's actually pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but we're not going to be doing any of our culling on camera. That's a piece that we're not going to put out there on YouTube. There's lots of other content out there that you can see that if that's something you're interested in. What I will say though is it's a very simple process, even for beginners. A single bird, prepping a single bird should only take you a couple of minutes. As long as you have a nice sharp pair of poultry shears, you'll be just fine. And for us, for storage, we pack them dry, we put them in freezer bags, we store them in the freezer as quickly as possible. We also use an ice bath during that process to decrease the amount of potential exposure to bacteria. It's a pretty simple process, but we don't just cull the birds that we want to use for meat. If there is a very sick bird or if there's one that is injured, we do this to be humane. We have to dispatch those birds. If it's sick, we don't want that spreading to the rest of the flock. And if it's injured, it's better not to let it suffer that way. And I already mentioned this, if you have a bird that's overly aggressive, you can't solve that problem, that just seems to be one of its traits, you want to go ahead and cull that because you don't want that bird's traits to be passed on through your cover. Neighborhood interest. Right. This is just a fact, especially if you're growing in an urban or suburban area. Your neighbors are going to see you growing these quail and they're going to be interested. So be prepared because you might give a tour here or there and show what's going on. You might even see some interest in other people in raising their own quail. Remember, it's a learning process, but it's one that can be replicated even if you have a minimal amount of space. And I can promise you this because we've experienced this as well, we're probably going to be sharing some of your quail eggs. That's not a bad thing to do either. In the 8+ months that we have been raising these quail, I can say we are 150% glad that we're taking the time to do this. They have been an excellent source of protein for us. We haven't bought eggs in the past 7 months for our family, and we've had plenty to eat. And now we're up to 40 to 45 eggs per day, which means we have additional eggs beyond what our family needs. And so now we can begin to get those out to the community through sales, etc. And so that's an exciting part of raising these quail as well. There is so much more that we could talk about that we're learning. We still have a ton of learning to do and a lot more information to share, and we'll be doing that in future videos. If you have questions for us about raising quail, or you'd like to hear something from us about what we're doing here that we didn't cover in this video, please let us know in the comments. If you enjoyed today's video, don't forget to give us a like, leave us a comment, remember to share and subscribe. Most importantly, remember, when you're with us, you are good to grow.
Are you just getting started with raising quail, or maybe you're looking to get started with raising quail? Today's video, we're going to discuss all the basics, everything you need to know to get started on the right foot. Hey there, welcome back to another Slightly Redneck video. Again, my name is Chris. If you're not familiar with this channel, I help you to produce your own meat, eggs, and vegetables from your backyard, your balcony, your deck, your garage, or even a spare room in your house if that's the way you want to do it. Like I said, we're going to be talking about the basics of raising quail, getting started with raising quail today. And the quail I'm talking about are Coturnix quail. We've got a whole hutch here behind me full of Coturnix quail. We'll show them off here in just a few minutes. But while we're getting into it, if you're just getting started with raising quail, you're looking at getting started with raising quail, the very first thing you need to decide is how you're going to house them. Now, quail are the bottom of the food chain. So pretty much every predator out there, dogs, cats, snakes, raccoons, skunks, possums, everything is going to want to eat your quail. You need to give them some kind of secure housing. Whether that means an outdoor hutch like this, a large aviary style hutch, or stacking cages in a garage, or something like that, whatever it is, you need to make sure it's secure and safe from predators. Now, because I keep my birds outside, I do not use rollout cages you may have seen before. And a rollout cage would be a cage that has a slight tilt to it. It has an opening at the bottom for the eggs to roll out so you can collect them without having to get into the hutch to do it. I don't use those because that would allow a space for a snake, a rat, anything to be able to get inside the hutch and be able to eat the birds. I've never had a problem with any predators. I've had raccoons, I've had snakes, I've had all kinds of things come up to the hutch, but never had a problem with one of them getting in or getting to the birds. What I use to cover the hutch to make sure that they have plenty of ventilation, plenty of fresh air, get a nice breeze in the heat of summer. Like today, it's 100 degrees out here, literally 100 degrees before the heat index. And you can see they're doing fine in here. Maybe you can't see that, but we'll show you. What I use is a 1/2-inch hardware cloth. It's a good sturdy gauge. Raccoons can't break through it very easily. There's no gaps in it. There's a couple of gaps up here I need to staple back down. But there's nothing, no snakes are being able to get into it. Nothing can reach through it. It works very, very well. Plus, it allows all their droppings to fall right through, so it makes cleanup a breeze. And that's probably the second point I want to bring up about these birds, is that they are incredibly messy. They produce an enormous amount of waste. So if you want to keep them in a garage or a shed or something like that in a stacking cage system, which is a very common way to do it, just get some kind of dropping tray. You can fashion those out of, I've got some laying over here I was going to show you, but really you can fashion those out of anything. To buy specific dropping cages can get kind of expensive. So you can look for like oil pans from a hardware store. You can build your own out of wood and line them with something, but you're going to have to empty those pretty regularly. So be prepared for that. That's one more reason I like to raise them outside. I allow the droppings to just fall to the ground, clean them up a couple of times a year, and that's it. I don't have to worry about a daily or a weekly routine on emptying dropping pans. But you can definitely raise them inside a garage or inside a shed. I've done it before, and it works out very, very well. You get a little bit more climate control. So if you live in an area like me where it's hot in the summer, cold in the wintertime, you don't have to deal with freezing water in the winter. You don't have to deal with soaring temperatures in the summertime. That's a third point I want to bring up about these birds. They're incredibly hardy. They can handle the wintertime cold. They can handle the heat of summer as long as you prepare them for it and you build their hutch in a way or put them in a place where they're going to be protected from the weather. So I have half of my hutch all closed in. This is a section that's completely closed in. There's a sand bottom on the box. We'll open it up and show you here in a minute. This gives them a place to get into, to hide, to feel more secure. It gives them a place to get out of the weather when the wind's blowing real hard or when it's super cold outside. But they handle all of those temperature swings incredibly well. The other thing I would say is put it under a shade tree. If you get hot summers like we do, Like I said, it's literally 100 degrees Fahrenheit out today before the heat index. I had my temperature gauge out here a little bit earlier, and I was my remote temperature. I was measuring the temperature on the ground. It's 125 degrees on the ground in the sun. I've got mine under a big shade tree here, so this provides shade. It's 85 degrees inside the hutch. The surface of the hutch floor, 85 degrees. The walls of the hutch, 85 degrees. That's cooler than the air temperature outside. So if you can keep them under a shade tree, give them plenty of shade in the summertime, they're going to do just fine. You put them out in the blazing sun where the direct sun's hitting them, and they're going to struggle. They're going to have a hard time with that. All right, so let's talk about another thing that you need to consider about your quail.
Apple Gift Card is a practical gift that unlocks a world of entertainment and fun. You can send it via email or give a physical card to your loved ones. Your friends and family can spend it on their favorite Apple services, including Apple subscriptions. Apple Gift Cards can be used to buy all things Apple: products, accessories, apps, games, movies, TV shows, iCloud Plus, and more. Visit apple.com for details and to send Apple Gift Cards to your friends and family this holiday season.
You need to consider about your quail: feed and water. Two things right there. You need to make sure you give them fresh, access to fresh water all the time, and you need to make sure that they have access to food all the time. They will not overeat, but if they run out of food, they start to panic. They start to get maybe a little bit aggressive. They'll start picking on each other. You need to make sure that they have food all the time. So how do you go about watering and how do you go about feeding? There's a lot of ways that you can do that. A lot of different kinds of feeders and waterers out there. What I use is watering poultry, watering cups. They look like, you see I've got one up here. Somewhere there's one. They look like this right here. Clean some of the stuff out of it. This is an old one I had sitting on top of it. They look like this right here. And you can hook these up multiple ways. I screwed them into a PVC tee that sits on the back of the cage, which we'll see here in just a few minutes. And it's fed by a 5-gallon bucket. You can probably see just on the side right here that I filled with water a couple of hoses that go to both of my hutches. And that keeps them watered at least a week. I have to fill that up maybe once a week. But that does a good job. What I like about these cups is they do not hold water in them all the time. The birds will peck at that little yellow stopper in there, and that'll let out just a little bit of water that they'll drink. And basically they stay dry, so they stay cleaner. I've used other types of waters, the type you screw onto the bottom of a mason jar. And those get really, really filthy. They hold water in them all the time. The birds tend to relieve themselves right there in the water. They get really nasty. I do not like standing water around my hutches. I don't like the water nipples that you see a lot of times for chickens. Those tend to leak and drip all the time, so it goes through your water a little faster, and it also creates a puddle on the ground, which draws in insects, all kinds of things, which I do not like to have around. So these, in my opinion, are the best way to go, but you can do it a lot of different ways. One thing I will say is when you're talking about baby quail, when your quail first hatch, if you're going to be incubating, by the way, I have a whole series on incubating quail. I'll leave a link up here. You can get to that. If you're looking at incubating quail, it walks you through the entire process. I'm not really going to cover that in detail here because I've already addressed it in another video series. And it's not a terribly difficult process, but it is kind of detailed. There are some things you need to know about it. So if you're looking at getting some information on that, like I said, I'll leave a link up here. Actually, I think it comes up on this side of the screen, but you'll see that and you can get to it. When you're watering the baby quail, they're tiny. When they first come out of the egg, about the size of a golf ball, ping pong ball, something like that. Tiny, tiny little birds. So this is the water I use. It screws onto the bottom of a mason jar. This one's kind of dirty right now, but this is a very small opening. Do not get the ones with the large opening. There's a chicken waterers and quail waterers, and these, I think they may even call these quail waterers or chicken waterers as well, but this is a very small opening for the water to get through, the space between the jar and the lip of this. And you want to use something very narrow like that, because when baby quail, for some reason, love to get in the water, if you have an open dish of water, they'll get in it, and they'll get wet, and they'll get soaking wet, and then they chill, and then they often die. You have a hard time keeping them alive if they get wet and get chilled. But that's for the baby quail. Up until they're about 2 weeks old, this is what I use. And once they're 2 weeks old, 3 weeks old, feathered out completely, I move them into the outside hutches, and they just adapt to these water cups incredibly well, very, very easily. What you may have to do if you've got new birds that have never used these before, just push your finger in there, fill it up with water, they'll get a drink from it, and they'll figure it out whenever they hit that tab. It releases water, and they'll get more water out of it. All right, so I think I covered the food and the water, or no, the water, I didn't cover the food yet. So what do you feed your quail? All my birds, I feed a game bird starter. I get it from a feed store. It's listed as game bird starter, and it's about a 30% protein game bird starter. Let me show you kind of what that looks like. It's a crumble feed. So, got a whole bunch of it right here. I don't know if you can see that in my hands. Hopefully you can see that. That's it. It just looks like a chicken feed or quail feed or turkey feed, any of that kind of stuff. Sometimes that stuff's hard to find. Back up. Sometimes it's hard to find a game bird starter. Turkey starter is almost the exact same thing. If you can't find either one of those, they will do okay on chicken feed. Get a crumble like that for chickens, and they'll do okay on that as well. What you want to look for in food for your birds are two numbers, really, the calcium and the protein levels. Everything else is going to be pretty similar. If it's a poultry feed, it's going to work. It's going to be just fine. The protein levels, when they're first hatched up until they're about 6 weeks old, let me say they mature in 8 weeks. They're fully grown by 8 weeks old. They grow really, really fast. So when they're young, they do need a little bit higher protein because of that fast growth rate. So you want to get something that's 25, 20% or higher protein. I like to go up to 30%. My personal preference, I like to stay above 25%. But if you can only get 20%, that's going to be okay. It'll work for them. As they get older, you can switch to another food with a lower protein level, down to about 16% protein if you need to. But I don't. I feed all my birds game bird starter. It's a 30% game bird starter. They do just fine. But if you want to switch them over to that feed when they're about 6 weeks old or so, then you can definitely do that. Switch them to a lower protein feed. It may be cheaper, it may be easier for you to get a hold of, and that will work just fine for them. The other level is calcium. They need about 1.5 to 2% calcium in their diet. As long as your feed has a 1.5 to 2% calcium, you don't need to worry about providing them with any additional calcium. If you do need to provide them with additional calcium, you can do that in the form of crushed egg shells, crushed oyster shell, any of those things, but do it in a separate container. Don't mix it in with their feed, because too much calcium can kind of be bad for them too. Chances are you're not going to have to worry about that. Most of the feed out there contains at least 1.5 to 2% calcium, so you should be fine. No matter what kind of bird feed, poultry feed that you find, the calcium level is probably going to be just fine for them. If you get too high on calcium levels, it can lead to bone problems. It can also lead to problems with hatching because their eggshells get too thick. The birds have a hard time, the chicks have a hard time picking that shell, getting out of the shell and hatching out. So that's kind of the food and the water requirements. Let's talk about the feeder real quick. They do make feeders like this, a little bit wider, that screw onto a mason jar. You can definitely use something like that. You can use a feeder like this right here, which is more common of a chicken feeder. It's got a lot of holes in here. You just fill it up with feed and the birds eat out of there. Now this is, I don't really use either one of those for my birds. When the birds are young, when they first hatch out and they're in the brooder box, then I just throw the feed on the floor, because in the brooder box, they're on a solid floor. I'll show you what I use. This is my brooder box right here. It's just a great big sterilite container. I've cut part of the lid off, replaced it with wires so there's ventilation in there. I'll put a heat lamp over the top of it to keep them about 100 degrees roughly until they feather out, which is about 2 weeks old. I cover the bottom with paper towels. That's what I use for bedding when they're young. You can use wood chips, you can use sand, you can use some of those things like that. I don't personally like to use that. I like paper towels. It's easier cleanup for me. I just throw the feed straight on the floor. I don't even put it in a container, because quail are incredibly messy eaters. So if you put food in something like this right here, now when they're in the brooder box, that's not a big deal because it's a solid bottom. But in here, they're going to throw a lot of feed out of this. You're going to waste a lot of feed. It's going to fall right through the cage floor onto the ground. So I avoid these kinds of feeders. I'll show you what I use right now is a Tupperware style container. However big, it doesn't have to be this big. This one's actually very large. I use smaller ones usually, but that's it. And just cut a couple of holes in it, about an inch around. You can get a hole saw and do it very precise. I'm looking behind you to make sure I don't have any birds come to the front or jump out. You can be very precise, about 2-3 inches up from the bottom of the container, and then you just put the food up to just below the holes. And this really reduces your waste. Got an egg in here too. So that's the eggs that you can get out of the birds. We'll talk a little bit more about those here in just a few minutes. Okay, so that's the basic feed and water requirements. Like I said, the container doesn't have to be this big, as big as what I've shown, but I do highly suggest you use something like that that's going to reduce your waste. You can look up, there's all kinds of different designs. That's the simplest. I just fill it up with feed, throw it in the bottom of the cage, and that feed will last these birds. I've got, I don't know, roughly 20 birds in this hutch right here, and that'll last them probably 3 or 4 days if I don't, if I need to not check on them for 3 or 4 days. They've got food, they've got water easily. So that takes care of that. All right, let's talk about with your housing, how many birds can you expect to fit in your housing? If you've got an outdoor or a hutch like this that has a wire bottom where the waste can fall through, you're looking at about 1 bird per square foot is a good general rule. You can pack them a little bit more densely than that if you need to. I tend to not go quite that dense, but you can get away with 1 bird per square foot. So this is a 6 foot by 3 foot hutch, so it's 18 square feet. I guess I do have it a little bit more packed more densely than that. I've got about 20 birds in here probably right now, but you can get up to about 25 birds in there if you needed to. It's really, and you can tell I've got birds in here. When we go to look at these birds, you'll see they're not overly crowded. It sounds like a lot, but it's really not that dense. They tend to hang out in groups anyway. That's just the nature of the birds. All right, what else do we need to talk about my housing? You will hear some things that talk about your housing height. You don't want it too high because the birds spook and they'll fly up, and they do that. But they don't get on much. The concern is if you make the cage too high, that they will get too much momentum when they flush, and they'll hit the heads on the top and break their necks and die. That's pretty rare if it ever happens. I wouldn't really be concerned about that too much. But with that being said, you don't need to build your cages too high anyway. Quail are ground-dwelling birds. They don't roost. So all that extra space is just wasted space. Make it comfortable for you to be able to reach in and get inside. That's all you need to worry about. I tend to build mine about, I think this is 24 inches high, because that's the size of the hardware cloth. It comes in 24 inches. So it makes it really easy when it goes to wrapping the cage with the cloth, the hardware cloth. All right, so that's some basics about, the quail care in general. They're really pretty easy birds to take care of. There's not a whole lot that you have to worry about. A couple things I will tell you about these birds. You should expect them to start laying eggs around 8 weeks old, and they'll continue to lay about an egg a day as long as they have enough light. Light is the #1 factor that with whether they're going to lay eggs or not lay eggs. They need 14 hours a day of consistent light, and it not direct sunlight, just light. If you keep them in a garage and you have lights on a timer that lights up above their cage, that's going to do just fine. They'll go ahead and lay, and they'll lay all year long if you keep 14 hours a day of light on them on a regular basis. If you keep them outside in a more natural environment where the days get longer in the summer and shorter in the winter, around here, I'm in southwest Missouri, usually naturally they start laying eggs somewhere around March, and they'll lay all the way through about late October. And then they start shutting down because the days gets too short at that point to keep them laying. So that's the #1 thing that will keep them laying or not laying is the amount of light. The other thing that birds don't like to be moved around a lot. If they get stressed out, they'll stop laying eggs. So moving them around from one cage to another will get them to stop laying eggs. If you buy quail from somebody and you're bringing them home and they laid an egg in the cage while you're bringing them home, maybe laid another egg the next day and then they stopped, it's just stress. It's because of the move. Those eggs were already in their cycle, going through their egg laying cycle when you bought them, and they stopped, they shut down because of the stress of the move, and they'll pick back up in about 2 weeks as long as you can keep them fairly stress-free. If you have a lot of predators pressuring them or anything like that, that can address it as well. But really the biggest things are if you move them around a lot. So if I were to take these birds out of this hutch and move them to the other hutch, they'd probably stop laying eggs for about 2 weeks. It's just normal. You don't want to move them around a lot. You want to give them a fairly stable home. So we talked about a couple of things, the housing, the space requirements. Let me address this in another way as far as space goes. If you want to build an outside aviary where you keep them on the ground in a more natural environment, there's a good chance that they will go broody in that situation. They do not when you keep them in a hutch. You have to have an incubator and incubate their eggs because it's incredibly rare for them to go broody when they're living in a hutch like this. But it isn't uncommon when you've got them in a large aviary ground style cage where they have access to the ground in a more natural environment. The thing you're going to have to consider there is, like I said, these birds produce an incredible amount of waste. So you're not going to be able to, first of all, get as many birds in a small space because you're just going to have too much waste buildup. And second of all, you're going to need to know a way to deal with that waste. So that's a topic for a whole other video that we can get into a lot more discussion on. But, you know, that is an option. You can raise them in that kind of an environment if you want to. You're just not going to be able to pack them as densely. You're going to need a lot more space for the same amount of birds. And again, you're going to need to be able to deal with the waste. So let's get in and let's look at how my hutch is set up. And you can kind of get a couple of ideas of what I'm talking about with giving them shelter, giving them a place to move around, get plenty of ventilation. I think I kind of capture all that stuff in this hutch. One thing I will say is I put a roof on my hutches. This keeps the rain off of them a little bit. But I also raised it up quite a bit. And people want to know why did I put a big space there? It's so I can set things on top of the hutch. So when I'm in here and I get their feeder out, I can set it on top of the hutch if I want to. It's just convenience for me, really, is all it is. So let's take a look at these birds. Let's see what quail look like. These are Coturnix quail. I've got a little bit of a mix. Most of these are considered jumbo pharaoh, but I do have a couple of other colors in here. Quail come in, the Coturnix quail come in a variety of different colors and the different styles. They're all going to have pretty much the same characteristics. If you're looking for just meat and egg production, Jumbo Pharaoh is probably your best bet. They're by far the easiest, the most productive, the biggest. They get the biggest of all the quail. They're not incredibly big birds, but the Jumbo Pharaoh get the biggest, or as big as any other jumbo quail does. And they lay pretty good sized eggs, very productive with their egg laying. I mean, that's pretty standard across all the quail. Anyway, you can look into different varieties, and if you want all the different colors and things like that, everything else still holds true for them. But I do raise primarily Jumbo Pharaoh. So let's take a look at the hutch and see how I've got it built. All right, so this is my outdoor open area. It's got a wire top on it. It's got wire on all the sides, wire on the floor. Let me open it up a little bit. And there you go. You can see the birds inside there. One thing you might see too, this bird that just crawled in there, kind of raggedy looking, has a lot of feathers missing on its back. It's because he's molting right now, so it's pretty common. So this is my feeder, just sits in here. You can see the water in the back. The birds just peck in the water to let water out and get a drink whenever they want to drink. And you can see I've got a white bird in here. It's a Coturnix quail. They'll crossbreed. You don't have to. I mean, there's no different than any other birds. It's just a different color. So this is all open. Gives them plenty of ventilation. The feeder's out here. The water is out here. The other side where they tend to spend most of their time is a sandbox. Let's move over there. So this is the other side of the hutch, and this is a sandbox. It's closed in. I've got a clear plastic over the top so it lets light through, but it does protect them from wind, it protects them from rain, all those kinds of things. This is where the birds tend to spend most of their time. Most of the birds like to kind of hang out in here. And I've got another egg in here. Come on, stay back, guys, stay back. Whoa, I lost a bird. Okay, leave it. Good. Out, off. Okay, caught it. I don't know that I can open that side with one hand. I can open this. There you go. All right, let's open this back up so we can see what's going on. Usually, if I stand in front of the hutch here, I don't have problems with them jumping and flying out. As you can see, this is a sandbox. As far as what kind of sand to use, I mean, you don't have to have a sandbox. It is pretty nice. Stay back, buddy. There's a rooster crowing. It is pretty nice to have because the birds really enjoy it. They get in here and they dust bath in it. They like to kind of hang out here. They lay most of their eggs in here. And the nice thing about them laying most of their eggs in here is you get eggs that are just really clean. No droppings on them or anything. Just really clean eggs. So that's pretty nice. Let's see, what else about this? Anyway, you can see this is just closed off. It gives them protection from the bottom, protection from the top, and all the sides are solid. I do have to clean this out occasionally. I just use I've got a window screen here. I use like this. And just scoop up the sand, and sift out the droppings. And that's it. Just sift out the droppings. I probably do that once every, I don't know, month and a half or something like that. It's really not that bad. All right, so a couple things we need to talk about. We talked about your ratio, how many birds you could fit in your space. But you also need to consider how many roosters you have versus how many hens you have. If all you want is egg production, you don't plan on incubating eggs and producing meat birds, you don't need any roosters. The hens will produce eggs even without a rooster present. But if you want to be able to incubate eggs, you are going to need roosters to make sure you have fertile eggs. You need one rooster for every 4 to 5 hens. Don't go over that. If you have too many roosters, they're going to beat your poor hens up, and they'll pull out all the feathers on the back of their head. When they breed, they grab the feathers on the back of the hens' heads. If you have too many, you're going to end up with birds that get pretty beat up. It can be pretty bad. So you really don't want to go over one rooster for every 4 to 5 hens. That's plenty to make sure that you have fertile eggs. Another problem you may run into aggression is when it comes to trying to combine birds from different flocks in an existing hutch. So if I were to buy some birds from somebody else, full-grown adult birds, and bring them and throw them into this hutch, chances are they're going to get the tar beat out of them, and they could even get killed. These birds get fairly territorial, so they will fight off any kind of new birds, sexually mature birds that come in. Now, with that being said, I've had really good luck moving birds that are 2 to 3 weeks old from the brooder box right into here. They tend to mingle with the flock just fine, no problems whatsoever. But sexually mature birds, that's a different story. If you need to do that, if you need to combine 2 groups of older birds together, try to do that in a neutral environment. An environment, you know, move all of the birds to a brand new hutch together, and that should reduce a lot of your issues with the aggression and the fighting, the territorial displays. I'm gonna wipe some sweat out of my eyes because it is warm out here today. All right, what else do we need to talk about with these birds? Those are the basics. They're pretty easy birds to handle. Really not a whole lot that you need to worry about. If you can just follow those guidelines, keep them safe from predators, give them enough light to make sure they lay eggs, keep them fed and watered, you're gonna get great results out of them. If you want to start incubating eggs, like I said, check out that playlist I have on incubating eggs. That'll walk you through the entire process. But other than that, that's pretty much the basics. There's not really a whole lot to these birds. They're pretty easy, very prolific. You get an egg a day out of these birds. You can save up those eggs for about 7 days before you have to set them to incubate. So if you figure if you've got 10 birds in here that are laying an egg a day each, 10 hens, and then that would give you 2, maybe 3 roosters at the most. So 12 to 13 birds, 10 hens, laying 10 eggs a day for 7 days, that's 70 eggs. If you get a 50% hatch rate, that's 35 birds that you're gonna get to hatch out. And then you can raise those up, and in 8 weeks, they're ready to process, they're fully grown. That's 35 birds you can be putting in your freezer and feeding your family. And you can do that all year long if you want to. I primarily focus on it
equivalent to about one large chicken egg. And these are actually in the larger sizes, like 20 grams.
This one's probably 18, 19.
We don't use grams. I'm in the United States, but just for age we say grams. Otherwise, it's getting so anyway, real brief synopsis of the quail. Great food animals, easy to raise, self-contained. But do it wrong, you're going to have some hassles along the way. That's what we're going to discuss today.
Because the whole point, if you want them forming eggs, you're more self-sufficient. The whole point is for them to be efficient in producing these things. So what we're covering is going to, help you have a heads up to prevent stress and
failures. You don't want to have to failure. So, like, we put a lot of time in education and like educating customers. In fact, if you go in the description, I usually put down a whole bunch of like 3 or 4 of our PDFs that are really important.
And to be helpful for
newbies, first timers, that are written, they're really easy to read. I don't know if you see this. Just click on the links there for PDFs. And that answer about a question about quail. So, without further ado, there's Bill. What's up, man?
Hi.
I'm saying hi to Kelly. So, without further ado, 10 things to know before starting with quail. We've been doing this for a while, and these are pretty important. You're going to see there's a lot of good resource videos here on the YouTube. So, experience. So here we go. Starting out, number 1. What's number 1? What's the important thing we're starting with?
You want to start with quality birds.
What's that mean, man?
What that means is, well, I mean, you're starting just before that, you're buying from someone you can trust. And what does that mean? That means that birds, it's not just like a random, here's the bird animal. There's some context to the history background.
You want to speak with a reputable breeder. You want to vet the breeder, vet the person you're buying.
And then, so the point in having quality birds is just like anything, even non-living products, like buying, electrical component for your house. You can go cheap or you can go, quality. That doesn't necessarily mean expensive, but quality. And that item or animal, whatever, is going to produce and function as it's intended to, and for the duration it's intended to.
Yeah, especially with these food animals, if you're impulse buying from somebody on Craigslist and you don't know anything yet, because you're new, you haven't been through the education to make a really good qualified decision, the seller, their interest is making money, and they're going to educate you if their birds aren't really high quality and aren't growing to, say, the size they should be, for example, a minimum of 10 ounces, but
For a jumbo.
for a jumbo.
Or perhaps the birds are they're marketing them to you at a certain age, but maybe they're actually a lot older. And,
they're not going to be laying.
Stopping their production. Or maybe they're sickly, and that's why the person wanted to get rid of them, but they're not disclosing this to you. It could be awesome. So if you're starting with a quality bird, that means they're healthy, they're vibrant, they're young. If you want something older, that's your decision, but you're getting what you want, and
It's a much more controlled environment. You know what you're starting with. Because there'll be a lineage that you can refer to, like a reference, past reference. You can go back into the familial history of the bird game, the genetic history, and there should be a consistent history there with the animals, with the breeding stock. So if you're just buying random birds.
the person you're working with literally answers the questions about the birds, your questions as well. Now, if you get the opposite of quality, starting with quality birds, what you may end up with is birds that they're not laying eggs at all, or maybe they die, soon after getting them.
That's not good.
Yeah, you want to, pretty much, you want them to be functioning from the standard.
Yeah, so quality birds, call the people, talk to them. Oh, little FYI, if somebody's asking for Walmart gift cards or some other nonsense like that, those are red flag. Better leave down on giving them any money, okay? So feel reputable people. And there's a lot of people getting into quail selling right now, actually. So you're going to be getting newer breeders. It's supposed to be new. They're shady, whatever you want. They just don't have a history.
Yeah, just has
Oh, that was Bill saying he has a very green Christmas, not a white Christmas.
Oh.
How come we getting a white Christmas, my friend?
Yeah.
For hearing 7 p.m. and maybe the soggy thing. All right, I think that's good. We talked about that. Start with quality birds. You know these things grow really quick,
Yeah.
very rapid.
Yeah, if you're pretty much familiar with chickens and you grow chicken chicks, and you have a brooder, and you have